Hello, working on KickMan again. Turn that furnace down. I don't need that thing running constantly. I'm starting on the final board. I've got a couple of the sockets put in already. I'm working on soldering these guys in. I got my headers for doing replacing the headers on this thing. So, with any luck, well, no luck about it. Today we will be testing this board set. So I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to stream it. And can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, can you let me know in the chat? Okay, thank you, Jeff. Good morning, by the way. Yeah, we will be testing this baby today. And in the meantime, I did. I'll just kind of chat with you for a sec. In the meantime, I did while I was waiting for parts for this board set. I did. I did a Galaga repair, and I did a. I got a Donkey Kong Jr. in, but I plugged it in and it worked. So I think what that issue was it was the power supply for the power supply that they were using. Either it's an original power supply that was just a little funky, or it's the harness. It's something to do with their cabinet. Because I had that Donkey Kong Jr. board set on my bench yesterday all day for 8 hours, and it never failed once. So what they were saying was it wouldn't sync. And if you have a Nintendo board that won't sync, it like rolls. A lot of times it's either going to be those pots on the back. There's not much to these. It's either going to be those pots on the back or it's going to be the power supply, period. If you're running a switching power supply in a Donkey Kong game, a lot of times you'll get that because it doesn't have a strong enough -5 rail. And all those ECL chips are power hungry. So I just emailed them. I said, check your power supply. I emailed them the DigiKey link for the power supply that I actually use to test Nintendo boards because it has a powerful -5 rail. And that's what you need for those. Hey, Torin, how are you? I hope you enjoy, and I hope it helps you get through your day. I know you guys help me get through if I have someone to talk to, and just I kind of like it. I just recently found this streaming stuff, and I kind of like it because it helps me get through the day. I'm gonna pan back down to the board a little bit, what you're just kind of see what I'm doing there. Hello, Nivaj Swerdna. Interesting name. How you doing? The Galaxian bootleg. Does that look like the Midway board, or is it completely different? Hello, Tommy boy. Ah, my Irish cousins. I did that. What you call it? The DNA thing. And I know my mother is very Irish. So I figured I was going to be mostly Irish, and I'm only like 20% Irish. I'm mostly, I'm an English mutt, man. I was kind of disappointed, to be honest. But what can you do? What's it doing? What is your bootleg? Navaj is working. Is that how you Navaj Swerdna is working on a bootleg Galaxian board? Well, I got more than 5%, man. I'm up there a little bit. So it works. It's just a color issue. Your aliens don't have eyes. Huh. That could be a color prom. I mean, your color prom could be bad if it's soldered into the board. Can you test those? That could be definitely be a color prom issue. I would probe all the address inputs to the color prom, and if you have activity, you might have a stuck bit that's not selecting colors properly. I have a real Galaxian. I have an actual Galaxian board here, and I have about 10 Pac-Man boards. I bought a lot of like six at one time, and they're still in the box. I never even opened the box, but I got a good deal on them. Yeah, that's cool. You converted yours to a multi Galaxian. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not into the kits though like that. I have a Space Invaders Deluxe, and it had one of those multi kits on it, the Space Invaders multi kit. I don't even use it. My friend says to tell the audience hi. So hello from my friend. Yeah, I know Tommy Boy. I know a lot of the. He says that there are a lot of rip-offs and bootlegs over there, and that's true for all of that. All of that region was a weird knockoff type stuff. Of course, us over here in the States, we got all the good stuff because this is where it was made. Ireland did have an Atari factory, though. So you guys got the real deal when it came to Atari. Some of the cabinets were a little different, but they were the real games. Right, yeah. Yep. Hey, pretty soon, if I'm doing these live streams, guys, I did order one of those little adapters that I can actually use my high def camera on. Next, whenever I get that, I'll start using that, so I can plug my camera in through HDMI, so it'll be a lot better quality. But as for right now, this is all I got. But I did buy one of those, and it should be here soon. Nice. I'm glad to hear that this showed up first thing when you Google Bally KickMan. And how much more could there be on Bally KickMan on YouTube, honestly? That can be completely normal. Are you talking the 245, the 245, 244 buffer chips? Those those can run hot. And if it's the 240s or 241s, 241s run super hot. I don't know why. They just do. That's not that abnormal. Oh, yeah. 8216s run hot. That's perfectly normal. I wouldn't worry about that. And if your game is running, if it's actually running, don't worry about the 8216s because those are your drivers, your data drivers to the CPU. Yeah, you can either use like two 8216s or you can use one 245 on those boards. KickMan is not Namco. I don't think Namco has anything to do with KickMan. Maybe. I don't know. Well, yeah, maybe it does. Yeah, Bally, Midway, and Namco were kind of tied at the hip. It may be. You may be right. I don't know. I think KickMan does have actually has Pac-Man, the character Pac-Man in it that you have to that comes after you or something. I haven't played it in a long time, but it is. I think it is licensed. It is an Namco game that's licensed to Midway, I believe. It's also it's either known as KickMan, and there's also a version of it called simply Kick. So it's either Kick or KickMan. The ROM set that I have is KickMan. That's why I renamed mine from Kick to KickMan. This is actually a KickMan board. So probably Tommy Boy, they probably did add man on the end of it at some point in the production to to resemble Pac-Man. You're probably right. I was having some technical difficulties with the streaming, Doro. He asked me what happened to the last stream. I was having some technical problems with this. I'm figuring it out. I mean, I actually, you know, hooked it up today and turned it on, and it actually worked. So I don't know. I've been having some problems with it, but I think I'm getting it. Like I said earlier though, I did buy one of those HDMI converter to USB sticks. I did buy one of those, so I'm when it does show up, I'm going to start being able to use my high definition camera to live stream. So it'll be a lot better quality. So just hang in there, and it's coming. Yeah, Tommy Boy says the stream just died. I'm not showing that it's dead here, so it's showing that it's alive and well. Okay. Yeah, I took for the few people who have joined a little bit late. I took a break from this KickMan PCB because I was waiting for the headers. So I got all of the headers, and while I was waiting, I did a few repairs. I did a Galaga repair, which was just completely rebuilding it, and I had a Donkey Kong Jr. that had nothing wrong with it. And the plan is today to have this thing ready to be plugged in and tested, testing this thing. You can find the 8216s. Doro said NTE sells replacements for the 8216s. You can buy those on eBay. The real deal. I bought 50 of them not too long ago. I think they came from Germany or something like that. So if Senely pops in here, he's our German guy. Lansdale is the current only supplier of ECL. Well, I will have to look up Lansdale for sure. They have a website, or do they just sell through like DigiKey or something like that? I'm sorry, Doro. Which one? Which one is it? Do they have a website or do they just sell through like suppliers? Okay, AVNet. Thank you. I will check into that. Sam. All right, guys. We can start the party now. Sam's here. How you doing, Sam? Where is uh where is Avnet at? Where are they based at, Doro? Do you know? Sam, you uploaded a video the other day, didn't you? I think I saw a I think I saw the notification for it, but I forgot. I forgot to watch it. Okay. Okay, Sam, I'll check that out. I'll check it out later today. Okay, Phoenix, Arizona. All right, nice. So there's actually a chip manufacturer in Phoenix, Arizona. It's pretty cool. That's good to know. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Or maybe not a chip manufacturer, but the distributor. Yeah, I knew there was Texas Instruments, and they actually have a huge facility in Texas, but I didn't know of any others. I always kind of thought that Texas Instruments was all that was here making chips. So, and they might be. I don't know. And yeah, Doro, they only accept orders of 182 parts. So you got to find out who's buying those and distributing them. It's got to be someone, right? That's I would check into either Mauser or Jameco Electronics or someone. Someone's got to be selling those. You would think. So what's everyone doing? Is everybody at work or at home doing what I'm doing, working on a board? Or hello, Barricade, and thank you. Yes, it is. It is relaxing, isn't it? Michelle, the retro gaming princess, my kind of girl. Sam, home watching YouTube. That sounds pretty good. Tommy boy, end of work day. So what time is it? It's 4:50 p.m. in Ireland, hey? So you guys are 5 hours away from us. Hello, Horde. That is with a DE on the end of it. Horde. You are 5 hours into the future. Yes, that is so true. So that's not just a thing that happens here, huh, Tommy boy? It gets dark at 4:30 here. It's ridiculous. The doldrums of winter. Yep, that's how it is. You get up, it's dark. You go to work, and but you get out of work, it's dark. You come home, it's dark. It's always dark. Yeah, it's good. The cold weather is totally on its way. It's been snowing kind of on and off here. Are you in Michigan too? Uh, Nest Cube? Are you in Michigan? Michelle, I am right now. I'm putting sockets on this board, and I'm just finishing up the last one. And then I got to put these guys on. This is what I was waiting for. I was waiting on these headers. I bought these headers. And if you remember, if you watched the previous streams, I removed the junk plug connectors that MCR, the first generation of MCR boards, used these plugs on these instead of the header connectors. And those were garbage. So I removed those. I bought some headers. I'm going to put headers on that. I've replaced all the sockets on all the boards. I'm just now finishing up this last one. And then we're going to do headers. And then at some point soon, today, I'll be testing this board set. So that's kind of, I'm excited about that. And that is all of the sockets. All new sockets. Except for these guys. I didn't replace these sockets. The small chip sockets I didn't replace. I generally don't replace the smaller chip sockets because they just don't seem to be a problem. But the bigger ones are always a problem. So now we just got to replace all of the headers, the interconnect headers. And I got to clean the flux off of the boards too. I don't know if I did the other two boards or not, to be honest with you. So I will have to do that. And I'm going to have to turn this air compressor on, and this is going to sound ridiculous. So it'll be noisy for a second. I found a source on eBay for it's backwards. 8T26 or 18 8T16, I'm sorry. 8T16 or 8216s. And they are labeled as such. DS8216D. I got these, and I've tested a few of them in a Midway board, 8216s. These were cheap. I bought like 50 of them for $50 or something like that, or it might not even been $50. But I bought a good stash of these things. I don't think I'll ever have to buy these again. I bought 50. So they came from Germany. I know that. DS8216. Yeah, my preview is reversed. Yeah. This should say Plato. And if I'm looking at it, that does not. It says it's backwards. So, I mean, if you guys are seeing it right, that's cool, but I'm not. So, I guess that's just something I didn't realize. The coffee cup is on the left. What I don't understand that. I mean, it's cool if it looks right to you guys. That's good, but It is on the right side of my image. The coffee cup is over here on the right. This is my right, which it looks like my left hand on my preview, which is, God, this is weird. It's throwing me off. Okay. It is on the right side of my image, yes. My cat's ex-keeper, the cats are in the, they stay in the house. I have my workshop is out behind my house, like in the backyard pretty much. And it's a nice, I mean, you've seen it. But my main house is where the cats are at. You know, I should go see if one of them wants to. The black one has been hanging out with me in here a little bit, but she just goes and lays down on a box or something. And the gray one is out running around somewhere. She goes outside a lot. And I let her, I let her go out because when it gets cold and snowy, they don't want nothing to do with being outside. So, yeah, I need a, I need a, I need some coffee. I didn't mean that to happen. I need to go get another cup of coffee. So I am going to do that. And then we're going to start putting these, I'm going to start putting these headers into these boards. So let me go fill this up and I'll be right back. And I'll see if I can't wrangle up the, at least the black cat. She'll come in here with me. So I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, Boo Boo was inside and she had her face buried in the food bowl, so she was not budging. I tried to convince her to come out, but she wasn't having any of it. So now these are 36 position breakaway headers, and I only need 24 positions for these boards. So I'm going to cut them at 24, and that'll leave me 12. So when I cut two, I'll have an extra 24, so I'll have two of them to put in there. So you need 10 of these headers altogether. I only bought 7 because as I cut 12 off of the 7, I'll have enough to fill this up. So these things aren't exactly cheap. They're like $4 a piece. So And yeah, those are absolutely long enough. Those are perfect. See that? Those are absolutely long enough. They look exactly like what is on them in the first place, to be honest. So I'm going to go ahead and cut all of these things to size, which means I have to count 24 positions. Yeah. Okay, Jeff. Yeah, I got these at Arcade Parts and Repair. He said that he got some of these headers off of eBay that were too short. These ones here that I got them from Arcade Parts and Repair, and they're perfect. I have a pattern board that I bought on eBay that I'd never tested. I never tested it. It's actually, I'm looking at it right now. It's right here. Pattern board. Untested. I think I saw that on eBay for like $30 and I buy. Every now and again I scour eBay and I just look for deals sometimes. I bought a whole kicks board set in parts. I just bought a ROM board here. I've got two Taito main boards for kicks slash Zookeeper, electric yo-yo. That main board, I've got two of them that have no battery damage at all on them. Of course, they don't work, but it doesn't matter. They're not damaged. So I've got those put away. I've got kicks sound slash data board, ROM board. So yeah. So I keep my eyes open for that kind of stuff, and if I find something cheap, I'll buy it. Just put it up. You never know. Someday, if I ever get caught up and don't have nothing to do, which I just don't see that happening, to be honest. But I got a lot of projects that I could actually do. You know what? Here's something. Why am I doing this way? I'm counting 24 positions. Why don't I just count 12 positions and cut them off? It's a lot easier, right? Yeah, 12. I'm just going to count 12 positions instead of 24. Sometimes I do stuff the hard way. Ness Super NES Cube 64. I'm telling you, I've got so many projects around. I've got so much junk here that I'll never get to. But it is what it is. I don't trust myself for that horde. I have to count. I've already ran it through my head. Don't mess these up. Don't mess these up. Okay, they're all cut. They are all cut, and they can all be placed. Okay. Might as well do this board first. I'm going to use these halfies for here. Okay, I don't like that. I'm going to have to use my nail file. Revlon. I'm going to file off this little. Yeah. There we go. That'll work. There we go. That's perfect. Hey, Mr. Yakster, how you doing? Your question, what's the best way to remove chips without removing pads off the boards? Even with good solder remover, sometimes the pads come off and it's a pain. You know what I do? If I know that I'm replacing the chip and I know it's a bad chip, I cut it off the board and then I pick the legs. I don't bother with desoldering it. Unless I'm planning to reuse the chip, then you have to do that. But if it's a chip I'm replacing, I just cut it off the board. You have to have good flush cutters and just get in there one leg at a time and cut the legs off the board. and then use your soldering iron and just pick the legs. No breaks. That's what I do. Okay. Okay, I got that started, so I want to make sure it's nice and flat before I solder it. And it looks perfect. So let's solder that baby down. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see paying $230 for flush cutters when these could last me a year. And if when they get dull or break, $10 I buy a new set. You know, it would by that logic it would take me 23 years for that to pay for itself. Yeah, I couldn't. I have to have one of these. I have to have one of these, or I'd be in trouble. As the older, I mean, I'm almost 50 now, and my eyes just aren't as good as they used to be. That's for sure. These things, I got this. I got that for $30 at Harbor Freight. I think it was $30 Harbor Freight. Thanks, Super Nest Cube. Take it easy and have a good day, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, I actually have different cutters for cutting like leads to doing cap kits and stuff like that. I really only use this for clipping chips off of boards. You know, every now and again, if I have like a super thin lead, I'll use these to cut it. But I have a different set of these things for cutting big stuff. I don't use these on big, big items to cut because I mean I don't remember exactly, but they're not exactly cheap. They're $10 to $15. Mm, I don't like that. That doesn't look right to me. That looks better. It's all good info to know. I like these Plato ones, and then I just have a cheap set of Exolite, a cheap set of Exolite for cutting the big stuff. I'm gonna see if I can't zoom this in a little bit better. I'm gonna see if I can't focus this just a touch better. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. two of them. Here and right here. Looking good. And over here, I'll use the 24s. Where these connect those two boards, I'll use the 24 pin. Solids. Okay. All right. I got those three tacked down. I'm going to now solder them good. Yeah, if you guys don't know what KickMan is, if you have MAME on your computers, pull it up and play KickMan. It's actually a very strange game. Very good. So, Nevaj Swerdna, it looks like your color prom was screwing up your colors. It's a programmed bipolar ROM, yeah. The 123. It's got 5 address bits that control 8 output bits. It's an 8-bit output chip. It holds 32 bytes of data. Nevaj Swerdna, are you in the States? UK. Okay. This one's a little bit bent for some reason. All right, this one is done. This board is completely redone. It's got the new headers, new sockets. It's looking lovely. So I'm just going to go ahead and spray this thing a little bit, clean some of the flux off of it. And I actually have to refill my bottle, my alcohol bottle. my spray bottle, my alcohol spray bottle, which all of the paint has run off. %91 isopropyl. Isopropyl. Nice and super clean. Super duper clean. And that is one board ready to be repopulated. Ready for the test bench. One board. Here we go. Okay. Now we've got our video generator board, and it's got 3, and we'll use 3 full 24 length headers. One. Those are not resistors. Um, these Torin asks, will the board work if the long paper resistors are broken? These are not resistors. Those are bus bars. It basically jumps voltages from rail to rail. One's a ground bar and one, I believe, is a 5-volt bar. And the answer is no. It will not work if those are broke. I've actually had to replace those before. One of my MCR videos, I don't have no idea which one it is. One of them though, I do replace that and jump it around, and it's not as easy and cut and dry as you might think it is, as far as where to jump what. I wouldn't do a long strand of solid wire. I would do an insulated solid wire, yes. But you have ground and 5 volts on the same bus bar. It's not just 5 volts, it's actually 5 volts and ground in the same bar. It's strange. It's like two-sided, if I remember correctly. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, those do tend to break off. Fourth Doctor Who fan. Yes, I've gotten I'm getting I'm getting more, what do you say, stringent on myself, or I can't even think of the right word, about not doing that, about using this thing and getting that stuff out of my face. It can't be good for you. So Navaj asked, "What's the history of this board?" The history of this board is it didn't work. I got it in on just a repair. This is a refurb from the get go. I did not even turn this board on because it had them stupid paper thin plug connectors. I'm not even bothering with those, so I didn't even turn it on, and because this had to be done. This had to be done regardless. You know, the customer asked for this anyway, and I wouldn't have done this job without doing this anyway because there's no point. It's a short. Yaxter asked, "What got me into fixing PCBs?" Um, I would say probably necessity and curiosity. Um, I've said before, I've always been just fascinated with electronics and how the stuff works. And started collecting games. My friend Todd got me into collecting games really early 2000s, and just trying to fix a game seemed daunting. And I'm sure a lot of people feel this. If a game breaks, it's a daunting task of a feeling to make it work again. It was overwhelming for me, but getting into it, I just out of necessity, really, just getting into it and curiosity. I wanted to know how it works, and I wanted to do it. And I still to this day I love it. This is what I love to do. I'm still fascinated when I get a board that really has logic failures. It's still fascinating to me. But I'd say most of my repairs are not even logic failure related. Most of them are connection related. Just these connections and sockets and stuff like that were not meant to last 40 years. They just weren't. You know, that's the big problem. That's the main issue. I would say if you're fixing, if you're getting into fixing PCBs, always, and I mean always, suspect bad connections. Number one, sockets, interconnects, stuff like that. That's always number one on my list to look at. Fini. Complete. Done. Clean this up. Two boards. Two boards done. And this is the last one. And it looks as if I'm going to have some extra connectors. I will use one of these. All right. And the final board is complete. We've got the new connectors on the end here, the black ones. Start putting this stuff away. And I've got left over a 112 position right angle header. I'll put that away. In my stash of this kind of stuff. All my headers and fuses and all that kind of stuff is in here. And I have other stuff in here. And as we were doing this work here, I have a new patron signed up. Hello, Philip. And thank you very much. I'm getting close to that. I have a goal on my Patreon of when I reach $200 or 200, I don't know what it is, $200 or something like that. I'm going to start doing a series on digital, just a simplified digital series, which I kind of think will be fun. I've got a bunch of bad chips saved up so that I can go through and give examples of bad chips and do breadboard stuff and whiteboard stuff with schematics and how you might see stuff drawn different in schematics and why they're drawn that way, what the engineers are trying to tell you, what you need, what logic you need for the output and stuff like that. So kind of looking forward to that. I'm really close. I might be there. I don't know. I have to look now. But I figured I would start with the LS00, just the basics. Start at the beginning and go through each chip in real, do real analyzing of the actual chips and how they work, and just simplify digital electronics type stuff. I think that would be fun, and I think it would help people understand how that stuff works better. Yeah, Eric, I have all of my stuff really, I really try to have everything super organized. Like I'll give you a little bit better view of that particular thing. This particular guy right here, I have it all kind of everything listed. I got my fuses, which I don't use fuses really much anymore. It's just for my games, but I don't even mess with my games. And I have housings. Pins and stuff. And then in here I have my bigger Molex type stuff. And I've got it all kind of labeled and whatnot. I don't know if you can see that very good. Yeah, everything's kind of put where it needs to be. Tommy boy, start at 00. That's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to start at 00 and work all the way up to every chip. You know what? Not the like 00 is in 03. I'd probably cover in the same thing. 03 is just an open collector version of the 00. So yeah. So I'm not. I don't know. I would go over what open collector means and that kind of stuff. And why they're used and that kind of thing. Okay, what are we doing? All right, let's get our parts. Yes, Eric, you need to have everything needs to have a place, and if something is kind of obscure, and I may not, like 2 years from now, I may say, what is that? Why do I have that? I put little tags in the compartment that might say Midway Space Invaders or whatever, whatever there's Star Wars sound or something like that, So I put a little tag in there so I can, oh yeah, that's what that is. Okay. All right. Let's start with our 8910 chips. Start repopulating. This is the sound / IO board. Yes, the 181s are used. They're like Cinematronics, and Berserk actually uses ALUs, to handle some mathematical work. Straighten some of these legs up. I like to keep the legs on these straight if I can. did not sound good. I don't like how that sounded. That sounded like a bent leg. Yeah, it's not a bent leg, but it's... I mean, Eric asks, pokies, it seems like they go bad. How often do you see that? Seems to be hard to find. Have you tried Poke 1? Do you think they are good? The only thing I have seen about Poke 1s is online, and they look to be fine. I have a pretty good stash of Poke chips that are like new, barely used. I like the original chips, if at all possible. But the Poke 1, I think, is a fine replacement, to be honest. And then Doro says, I didn't think Berserk Friendly used bit slice chips. Is the 181 that's an ALU? Is that a bit slice chip? I really don't know that much about the 181, to be honest with you. Yeah, Poke 1s are Poke 1 is a fine replacement from what I can see. If that's the way you wanted to go, that's fine. They work. They do work. Yeah, I don't know much about those 181s, Doro. I really don't. I've never really looked into. I've never really looked into them. And I wonder, Jeff says the Poke 1 will work in games, but will not work in the computers that use them. And that's the kind of thing that I'm always leery about is why won't it work? If it's a Poke, why doesn't it work in a computer? There's something not right about it. You know, his Pokies will just go back and forth, and a Poke should be a Poke should be a Poke, right? Arcade Eric for $2. Wow, thank you. And you're welcome. You know, this is what I like to do. So if I can help people with their stuff, I appreciate that. Thank you. But that's why I like. That's why, Jeff. That's why I like using original stuff if possible, because you just never know. I mean, it seems to handle most things fine, but who knows? And especially, say you're doing if you're a, and I don't never have to worry about this because I'm not that good. But if you're playing something and you're a serious player, like say you're a Missile Command player and you're a serious player and you're really good and you can go for a few hours, there's a chance that thing could reset if it's not the real deal, you know? I don't know. Yeah, Pokey Chip is Pokey. It's basically short for pots and keys. So it's an input thing. It deals with inputs, a button input, you know, key inputs, potentiometers, potentiometer inputs, And it also, yes, it produces sound. It has a few things, a random number generators in it, and Centipede uses that to place mushrooms on the screen just randomly. So it has a random number generator in it, and sound capability. Reads potentiometers and keystrokes, or button pushes or whatever. So yeah, it's a multi-function thing. Eric, put your Tempest in test mode. If it's got a bad pokey, it'll tell you. It'll say either Q or R, I believe. Q or something. P or Q. P or Q, that's it. One of the pokies is P, one of the pokies is Q. So if it has one of those letters on there, one of the pokies is bad. But if there's no pokey error, then you have a sound problem that is not pokey related, and it's probably an amp. It's probably a 324 amp. KickMan. KickMan. It's okay. No big deal. Eric. No apology needed for the caps. There we go. I'm looking for my SSIO ROM chips. I couldn't find them. There they are. There they are. Okay. A, B, C, D. All right, we got a bipolar ROM in here somewhere, right? And we have a fully populated super soundboard. Okay. This says C. A, B, C. And we have already verified that all of these RAMs are good. All of the RAM is A-OK. Mm-hmm. 2114. Super video generator board, or just video generator board, I should say. Complete. ABC, I don't remember. These go up here. All right, I will be right back. I offloaded the pictures that I took of this board onto my computer, so I'm going to have to go over and look at the pictures I took of this to find out where everything goes. I'll be right back, guys. 2 minutes. Okay. Here is our board. So ROM A is right here. B. Okay. Those are two graphics ROMs. The two graphics ROMs there. Take it easy, Tommy boy. Tommy boy. Okay. This one is A13. This one is G13. G11. G12. And there's this board. All set now. We have every board good to go. We have all the boards populated. Yeah, Eric, this table has seen a lot of boards come back to life. Seen a lot of games come back to life. Cool. This thing is clean. It is complete. It is refurbed and it is ready to be tried out. So we're going to do it. We're going to try it out. And here is my bag of MCR stuff, my MCR testing stuff. And I have a MCR switching power supply to MCR adapter that I use. And I have a whole MCR setup. Now this, I don't have a pinout for this game. I don't have the inputs wired for this particular game. But we can mess around with it. That's something that I'll probably do at a later time. And since my GL7's taking a crap, I need to use my sync mod. This is my composite sync mod, and it outputs. Well, it takes two sync signals, and it outputs a composite sync signal. I have to use this to use my Nintendo monitor on this because it only accepts one sync signal or composite signal. This is just going to be for video only. KickMan. Unless Tron has the same pinout as KickMan, I can't use that. Come on. Stir Crazy with a $5 chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Above and beyond, sir. Thank you. Okay. This is the main power harness. This is the sound power harness. This right here is the main power harness. It plugs down into my MCR adapter thing. Okay, I have these labeled as up as to not destroy boards. Be very careful. I'm not even going to worry about the sound power just yet. That I will check that for sure, but not right now. I'm not so much worried about that right now. I do need to hook up my sync mod, and I need to remember how to hook up my sync mod. What is this? What is this? That is sync out. This is power. Okay. Power. Power is easy enough. Okay. Now I don't exactly remember how this hooks up. This goes to the sync. Positive. This thing has positive and negative sync. This is my sync output. I think this plugs into my horizontal and vertical positive sync, and then the output goes to the monitor. I believe that's what it is. Ground, negative horizontal sync. Okay. It's actually minus sync. It's not positive sync. So it actually goes over here to these two. I think. I don't know. We're going to find out, that's for sure. I'm not even going to bother plugging in the super soundboard just yet either. Okay. These don't sit up as tall as the other. It'll be okay though. I just gotta force them up a little bit. I don't like doing this, but I don't have a choice. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It'll work, but I don't like it. You know what I need? I need something that I can put under every one of them. Yeah, that worked perfect. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and give them all a little bit of a an angle. And this is going to be the lower, higher side. Higher side. This is going to be the and this one is the lower. Goodness gracious. It really wasn't fun. That wasn't fun at all. I don't like how that doesn't look like it's on there very good. High, low, low, high, low, high. Okay. Well, I think we're ready to try this thing and see if we get anything on the screen anyway. We're going to plug in the power supply. I need to plug in the monitor. I think I got everything plugged in right. Well, that's scary, isn't it, to say I think I got everything plugged in right? One last polarity check. I'm not worried about this board because it's not plugged in. This board right here is not plugged in. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay, that is shifted down, shifted down, shifted up, shifted up, shifted down, shifted down. All right, here goes nothing. Okay, I forgot I was doing a Donkey Kong Jr., so I need to turn it off, and I need to invert the colors. But it looks like it might be doing something. It's definitely doing something. I don't know what it's doing. And back on. Now I don't really see anything. It's just kind of a blank screen. It was doing something last time. Do I have this hooked up right? I don't know. Yeah, she don't seem to be doing diddly squat. Oh, there's something. It's doing something now. Okay, well, let's hook up this board and see if it makes. Let's hook up the whole system and see if it makes a difference at all. So far, we're not really getting anything. So far, we're not doing diddly squat. Okay. Now, up. And we go up. Okay. Now we have the soundboard hooked up. So now let's give it a whirl. Okay. Yeah, nothing. It's doing nothing. She ain't doing nothing. Just a blank screen. Blank screen, guys. It looks like it's not even turned on. So that's what we got. And this broke. I have to put a new connector on that, and I'm not dealing with that right now. So I will get my other logic probe, the one that I don't particularly care for. I do not particularly like this logic probe. One, two, three, four, five. We are not resetting, apparently. Oh, our LED is blinking over here. The LED is blinking on the soundboard. What does that mean? I already know all of these ROMs and RAMs are good. I tested them all. All that's good. So this thing is lying to me. I think it's trying to tell me that ROMs are bad or something like that, and I don't believe it. I don't believe that light for 1 second, sitting there blinking at me. I'm calling you a liar, LED. That's floating. All right. We got ourselves a dead board set. Dead. Dead. Hmm. So I think what I'm going to do is put the fluke on this thing, and I got to do a little research as far as signatures and whatnot, ROM signatures, and go from there. Address ranges and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to stick around for a minute, I have to. I'm going to have to. That light is on. I want to get on the manual, and what does it mean with that light is solid now? The LED is solid. What exactly does that mean? What's it telling me? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That light's just flaky. This chip right here, I know you can't see it on here, but it's a 161. I'm just probing around. I'm just generally poking around right now. And I see there's a 161 right here. And if I probe, pin 2 is the clock. And I don't know if you can see, yeah, you can see the light. The light's flashing there. So I got a clock on there, right? And it's solid. It's blink, 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 blink. And I do have a reset. I didn't think I had reset. So I do have a reset line signal. So this is resetting over and over and over, which would make sense. Because I was looking at the least significant bit is toggling, but nothing else is. Everything else is low. So these inputs are probably all grounded. And they are. So every time this resets, it's resetting back to 0. So this thing is, the least significant bit is counting, and it's going back to 0 over and over and over again. So that's probably why, this is probably the reset counter. Maybe. I don't know. It's not wrong though. Okay. There's a floating input. That's in a floating output. That's strange. That's not a floating output. That is a floating input. Now it's a high input. Okay. I must not have been on it good. So, okay. False alarm. Lots of false alarms doing this stuff. Like I said, right now I am just aimlessly poking around. I'm looking at chips, and I'm poking around to see if it's doing what I would suspect to see. And this is a very crude way. I mean, this rarely works. You rarely find bad stuff this way, but sometimes you do. Make sure these chips are powered as well. These bus bars, make sure they're not broke. I do have red, green, blue signals and sync, which is pretty good. I got that hooked up right, don't I? Double check this one more time. Yeah, it's hooked up right. Oh, I don't have sync going to the monitor. Jesus criminy. I don't know if you can see that. Say I've got a two position plug, but I've only got one pin in it. I've got the in pin over here and the out pin over here. So I need to move it like that, if that makes any sense. So let's do that. It didn't make a difference. I still don't have sync, or I still don't have a picture. But at least now I'm sure that the sync is getting to the actual monitor. Yeah. The sync's actually going to the monitor now, which is nice. Okay. I hit reset and I see some weirdness, but it's all blue. Move you over here a little bit. I don't know if you'll be able to see. That middle monitor right there. Watch that guy. See that? Can you see that? Let me turn off the light. See that? Nonsense. Yeah, there it is. Weirdness. All right, turn the light back on. Move back over. Okay. Man. Yeah. It's just doing that weirdness over and over. It's just still doing that nonsense. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we have 2.5 megahertz clock. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. 4.47 volts. I've got it cranked up as much as I can right now. So let's do this. I'm going to turn it off. And I'm going to unhook this board again. Turn it back on. 5 volts. But this is cranked out. This is topped out. This is as high as it goes. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Which chip is the space heater? Something's got to be going on here. I do not have an infrared camera now. I don't feel anything that nothing really feels out of place hot. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it off, and I'm gonna unhook this board and turn it back on. You know, I do have an extra one of these boards here. I do have an extra one of these. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on there and see what happens with my voltage. Of course, this does have kick ROMs on it. It's got kick ROMs. Oh, but it doesn't have the right. Here we go. Here we go. This one says Tron. This one is Tron, apparently. Those are down. This needs to be up. Shifted down. Okay. Yeah, that drug it down to 466. So I don't think it's. I think it's this board. 5.12. Let's do this. $469. Wow. Huh. All right. Well, huh. Let's hook the original board back up. Enough of that tomfoolery. Okay. $477. $495. It's the same with this board as it was the other one. So can't quite get to 5 volts. Oh. All right. All right. As of right now, it is a mystery. It's one of those mystery boards. 200 ohms across 5 volts and ground does not seem like a big deal to me. Okay. Hey KJ, I got all the boards put together, all of the headers soldered on, and right now we're just testing, and this thing is dead. Dead as a doornail. We're having a voltage issue. I can barely get this thing to 5 volts. It is at 5 volts, but I have the switcher cranked all the way up. I'm going to move on from that as being suspicious because I do have 5 volts. So I'm just going to start. I'm probing around right now. I'm just basically kind of aimlessly probing around. My idea is I want to put the fluke on this, but before I do that, I'm just probing around. That's where we're at. It's not really, there's nothing on the screen. It's not doing anything. It was doing this funky blue stuff that would come in and then go out, come in and go out. I got no reset signal at all. Reset is high. So it's not resetting. Now it is resetting. It is resetting now. Absolutely. Now I am getting a reset signal. So yeah, I mean that's a good sign that's actually resetting. So there's just something funky on here, and I believe it's the CPU board. So you haven't really missed anything except for putting the boards together, hooking them all up, and just starting to probe around. Basically, you guys get to see the really boring stuff in this live stream. I just sit here and I poke around. That's it. It looks like magic on the videos to where, hey, I found this. Yeah, well, I might have been poking around for an hour before I found something. So we're doing it together. Just sitting here and messing around. I'm not concerned with this soundboard at all right now. I'm just glad that it didn't blow anything up at this point. I'm not really concerned with the video board at this point. It's all about this board right here, the CPU board. That's all I'm really concentrating on right now. So that's where we're at. And I do have on this soundboard, the LED is errantly just kind of flashing whenever it feels like. So this thing is not running. It's funky. There's something wrong with it. I think that I'm holding off on putting the fluke on it because I think we'll really zero in on what's going on when I put the fluke on it. I just want to probe around a little bit before that. So this thing's definitely got funky issues. It ain't running. So before we pull the fluke out on this thing, I just want to poke around on it, see if I can find anything flaked out before we do that. And yes, no smoking allowed, no smoking chips. Period. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 7489 RAM on this board. Is that typical of all MCR? I'm going to grab another board. No, it is not typical. This is a Tron board right here. This is a Tron CPU board. And there are no 7489s on this thing. So this has 5 7489 RAMs up here. That is not typical of Tron. Tron doesn't have that. So that could be, I mean, those could be our problem with pulling the power down. We can probe around on those, but even if they are semi-shorted or whatever, they can still, and they are hot. I mean, but they're always hot. These things are always hot. And would 289s work? I don't know, to be honest. I don't really know anything about 74 289 chips. '74 189, I believe, is just the open collector version of an 89. So you can use a 189, but you have to pull the outputs to 5 volts. I think 7489, you don't have to do that. But yeah, so there's something to put in the back of our mind. These have 7489s on them, 5 of them. Could be an issue. Possible. And you basically we have to go through the schematic and find out what do these 7489s even do. I don't know anything about KickMan PCB. $74.89 is a it's a it's kind of a weird. It doesn't have shared. I don't think it has shared input output lines. I think it has an input line and an output line. You know how most RAMs, man, that one is hot. Yeah, these are hot. There's no doubt about it. You know what I would like to do? Because I did not realize that those RAMs were even in this board. I would like to remove all 5 of these and test them in my Inquisitor, is what I would like to do. And then socket them and put them back in the board if they're good. That's another big variable right there that we can actually eliminate. That's a variable that can be eliminated. Helicopters going over my house. Yeah, it looks like something is absolutely shorted to ground on this board. Something is leaking to ground on this board. Yeah, Horde, I love the Inquisitor. I really do. The thing's awesome. Yeah, yeah, I'm getting a random frequency to ground. Hey Del, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know about all this. You know what I want to do, guys? Really, what I want to do? Yuck. Hmm. I want to stop and remove those. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop. And we're going to remove those 7489s, 5 7489s. Mm. Dang. Okay. Okay. No, just trying to figure out a KickMan board, Del. We just got it put together and put on the bench for test, and it just comes up dead. And I just seen that this CPU board has 5 7489 RAM chips on it, 5 of them, which is not typical of MCR. Tron doesn't have that, but this KickMan board does. So what I want to do is I want to stop, and I'm having a little bit of a voltage drag, and there's a little bit of a frequency to ground, a random frequency going to ground. So I want to remove these guys, these chips, these RAM chips, and see what, and then put them in the Inquisitor and see if they have problems or whatever. Since I am not in the mood to destroy this board, I'm going to use my brand new tip. And we're going to clean this thing a little bit. I cleaned this the other day, so it shouldn't be bad. How was that? There we go. Boy, that was weird. There's something really, really in there. Grab a brand new tip. Brand spanking new. Okay. I want my 0.8 millimeter tip. The little guy. He's the one I want. There we go. Let that heat up. You know what I do have to do. Put the proper size bit in this. What's up, Charles? All right, very good. We're looking like we're ready to go. A brand new tip, never before used. We're going to remove some 7489 RAM chips. Here to here. It's a good start. 2 legs on each one. I did the power legs on each chip. This thing's working like a charm. These things don't stand a chance. You may notice when you're doing this, these chips, the legs are like this, right? They come through the board and they're like this. And they're up against the outsides of the hole, of the through holes. This side you can lean the gun, and what you want to do is you want to heat that pooled spot. You can actually go right over the pin on this side. On this side, the other side, I always flow solder into that pool before I go over the leg, because you have a lot less chance that you're going to break that pad. And then just give it a slight, give that leg a slight movement before you hit the trigger. This side you can go right over. This side I always flow into it before I go in. That way you won't break the through hole. Little nuances, always little nuances. See, I don't like heat in the legs. I want as little heat on the legs as I can get. Especially if it's a chip like this that I intend on reusing. I don't want heat on these chips if I don't have to. So I just kind of give it a nice little, and that's it. And then move on. I like to just kind of move on too. Don't dwell. And if you guys are unhappy with your desoldering guns, I'm telling you, this guy right here is what you need to get. I've had this thing going on probably 5 years now. And I've had to replace the little valve that goes in here. You have to, you got your tips that you have to replace. I actually replaced the heating element in this, even though I don't think I needed to, so I kept the old heating element. If you have a bad tip, it won't heat up. It's not the heating element, it's your tip. And I found that out the hard way. I bought an actual heating element for this. But I kept my old one because it turns out it wasn't bad. It just had a bad tip. But this thing's the bomb. That's what I have. I have the 30. No, I have a 300. I have an FR 300. I don't know. It works great. But I take pretty good care of it, I think. Because I know I need it. I need it to work, so. Chad says, picked up a Hako based on your recommendation years ago. Love it. Good deal. Yes, I love mine too. And Keel. And yes, I got it right, didn't I? It's Keel. I am good this evening. Is it evening already? It's 3 o'clock. It's afternoon. Let's not rush things. A Holy Grail cab. I don't know. I don't really, to be honest with you. I don't have a Holy Grail that I could say is a Holy Grail. I don't know. FR300 has a logic board in it. This thing has a logic board in it. I guess it has to know when to reheat and stuff, huh? As for right now, Chad, I am working on Kick until it is working and done. While I was waiting for the headers, I did a Galaga and a Donkey Kong Jr. The Donkey Kong Jr. was the easiest repair ever. I plugged it in and it worked. The Galaga was just a recondition. The typical cleaning in sockets. What is your problem? Hey, I'm cool with both, Death Factor. I'm good with both. Something is in there that is not digging it. Okay. We're going. We're back to good. Yeah. Are you over in the UK, Keel? The UK? The UK? Are you in the UK? Unger. An Unger? I've never heard of that one, Doro. I've never heard of an Unga. And a nudge, and a nudge, and a lift. Lovely. There's one. How did that one get done so quick? I must have really focused on that one subconsciously. I've never heard of an ungar. Never heard of it. I think Hako, I think Hako USA has won a customer for life in me because number one, I like the product. Number two, man, they give me free coffee cups when I buy tips. Buy 2 tips and get a coffee cup. Come on. And a nudge, and a nudge, and a pull. Backlog, death factor is probably somewhere around 3 months. Yeah, it's a slow go. This is slow work. Mm-hmm. I was mistaken, guys. There are 6 of those rams on this board. 6, not 5, 6. Unless I remove something that's not a ram. Nope, they're all rams. Darn thing. Okay. Give him a good straightening. A good scrunching. And another scrunching. Thanks, Death Factor. I'm glad you like the videos. And yes, do reach out. The sooner stuff is here, the better, because it does. I mean, you see, doing this, it's just a slow go at fixing these things sometimes. All right. There. And we are cleaned up. Put this away. Grab some sockets. Okay. Well, I got 6 16-pin sockets, and we will give a little bit of an inspection here. Okay. Yeah. Pah, 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 pah. Ugh. Oh no, missed the go. Right. Alrighty, all right. We have sockets in the board now. Right through here. Can't really see, but it looks beautiful. Awesome. Now we get the Inquisitor. Check out these. Check out these rams. We need our static ram blade. Static ram. Okay. And go to 7489. There we go. That one's good. That one's good. Good. Okay, they're all good. They all tested out okay. So now we know, right? No guesswork. Now I don't have to worry about these rams at all. We can move on. Okay. These things are all tested. Now they can go back in the board. I really like how that felt. I really like how this one felt. It looks okay though. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this would have been a super those are not 2114s, those are 7489s. I removed them all and tested them all. They test good, put them back in the board, move on. And in a recorded video, this would have been a blip. I would have said, well, I wanted to eliminate these, so I pulled them out, test them, they're all good, put them back in the board. But doing for this live stream though, it was a whole hour or something like that. Maybe not quite an hour, but yeah. It looks really good. Kind of looks like it was never even done, which is what I like. So after all of that, we get to just hook it back up and see the same dead board set. Shift it up. Shift it down. Okay, there we go. And let's plug this in. Let's plug this back in. Okay. And back on. Yeah, we're getting the same junk. The same nothing. And the same little blinky nonsense over here on the LED. And what I mean by that is, let me show you. Kind of pan down. See that? That's like the fault LED right there. And it's just kind of randomly, randomly doing something. I don't pay that no mind right now because I know the ROMs and RAMs aren't bad, and I think that's what that is a ROM and RAM. So I think we have a some kind of a decoding issue or some kind of bullcrap issue like that. So I think next thing to do for me is to get on the TechNet website and look up ROM signature checks and the RAM regions and stuff. I don't know if there's the same on this as they are on Tron. I really don't know. Probably, maybe, I don't know. So, yeah, this thing's over here doing its random nonsense. And our CPU is not resetting. Okay. You know what we're going to do? I'm just going to swap these Z80s. Just for the heck of it, I want to see, do we have a Z80 issue? I doubt it. I doubt this is going to do anything, but you never know. You never know. Let's see if we have perhaps a bad Z80. And back on. Nope. It's still not doing anything. I'm not seeing the little flashy nonsense over here, though. Yeah, same stuff. The same garbage. This one looks to be resetting. Hello, Patrick. Okay. All right, well, do you guys, what time is it? 3:50? Do you guys want to hold on for a minute while I go do a little research on the computer or not? Because I need to get some fluke information. Because I am going to put my fluke on this thing. Z80 pod, or as people across the, I got to move the camera a little bit so that I can plug this in. There we go. All right. Zafluk. Ooh, the bus test is good, guys. The bus test worked. So that must mean this thing works. All right. I believe Tron has RAM at C000 to C7FF. And this gives me FF bits, so I don't know if that's even right. Probably not. I bet you the addressing is different on this. I don't know. Let's try 8000 to 87FF. Oops. Let's. Yeah, I don't know what the RAM. I don't know. I tried what I believe is the RAM regions on a Tron set, and I got read write errors both times, FF bits. So I don't think that has anything to do with. It might. I tell you, that would be absolutely great if I look up the RAM regions and everything, and it is those same regions, because that would mean we have a complete decoding failure. Yeah. 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 All right, guys. I'm gonna skip out for a little bit. I want to print off some fluke information. It'd probably take me about 5 minutes. Hello, Steve from the UK. He's in the UK. Hello and welcome. I'm gonna. You're just in time for me to take off for a little bit. Only for a few minutes though. I'm gonna jump on the computer and I need to print off some fluke information and memory map info so that I can properly use my fluke here, because we're off to a good start because the bus test works. So okay, all right, guys. Let me do that. I'm going to turn this all off for the moment, and I will print off some fluke stuff, and I'll be right back. I actually need to use this computer, so let me open up a new window and go to. No, this ain't gonna work. All right, I gotta go back to this plan. Yeah, I am going to have to use this computer. All right. Let's look for KickMan. How about Kick? Oh, there it is. And there's no... That's unfortunate. Ooh. Okay. I have... No, the cat's not here. Not yet. The cat is not in. I forgot my... when I disconnect the internet from the other computer and I hook it up to this one when I stream. So I have right here all of the stuff in front of me. But I don't know if these signatures are going to be right because this is Kick and not KickMan. It's not the same ROM set, I don't believe. But I will go ahead and... I'm going to go ahead and start trying to do some of this. Let's do ROM 0 to FFF. That says 81CB. And it doesn't matter if these signatures aren't... I can actually do the the sig calculator thing and get the actual signatures. I don't think this is going to work. I think it's going to beep at me. Yeah. Let's do... it said 6BE1. I'm going to repeat it. 6BE1. I'm going to see if it gives me the same thing over and over. Yeah, 6BE1. Okay. Well, let's go to our virtual machine, our MC this. And I want to look at MCR1 RAM. Non-volatile RAM is 7,000 on this one. The 77FF. And that doesn't work. Let's loop. Yeah, it's giving me random nonsense over and over. That's good. That's the NV RAM. And let's see. Sprite RAM. It looks like F000 to FFFF is RAM. Background video RAM. Palette RAM. let's do this. Let's do RAM at F000 to F7FF. And that's giving me it's giving me okay, not good, over and over and over. So let's go RAM short F800. Oops. F800 to FFF. And that's the same thing. That just gives me flat out FF bad. And I don't even know where that RAM's at, to be honest with you. No. That one may not even, that may be something that is not accessible to the CPU. I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I'm not sure about that one. But the F000 to F7FF is this guy, I betcha, up here. Is this RAM chip right here. Signature is not CRC16. It's proprietary to Fluke. However, it messes with the, however it does its addition and whatnot. Okay, this one is just flat out FF. Let's take this and see if this thing's even being turned on. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It is on. 18, 20, 21. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Why is this low all the time? What's going on here? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's go to a RAM short at 7,000. And this one you can see the enable line blink. I'm trying to read at 7,000 to 77 FF. It's flashing, which means it's being activated, but I'm still getting funkiness on the bus, the funky bus. Okay, and we'll stop, and it stops flashing. That is definitely that one. And I think this one was a RAM short at F. Yeah, this one, 1, 2, 3, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Loop. 18. 20. 20. 21. 22. 23. This one seems like it's always enabled. Pins 18 and pin 20 are always low on this RAM. And that's the one I believe that's at F00 to F700. Sentinel Deluxe, Ghostbusters is coming out, and we're going to go, me and my son are going to go see it Sunday. We're going to watch it. Okay, yeah. There's definitely a ghost in this machine. Okay, so the next thing I really need to do is I need to get a schematic for this set. For this MCR1 board, I need a schematic. I already know that all the ROMs are good. I know that the RAMs are good. I need to know what is the data path back, what is the address decoding. Um, I wanna get the signatures for this ROM set. This is KickMan ROM set. The virtual machine on TechNet's website is for Kick, not KickMan. It's a different ROM set. So I want to get the signatures for that set, and that way I can verify that. That'll tell me if addressing's good, um, address buffering, but it might buffer after the ROMs. I don't know. So yeah, the next step is schematic. I need to start looking at the schematic for the CPU circuitry. So I think, guys, I think I'm going to end this stream right here because I have to do some research on the schematic, and then maybe we'll come back and once I want to print it out. I want to print the schematic out for this board, and then maybe when I come back, we can lay that out and just kind of look at it, together and kind of go over it. You know what? I don't know about Kick and Kickman. It's really strange because neither of them are bootlegs. They're both Midway games. I think that I don't know. I mean, my thought is that it came out originally as Kick and they changed the name to Kickman. There is not a DMA chip on this. Sentinel, that's probably a good explanation. That probably makes sense. Yes, I think they originally called it Kick and then they switched to Kickman, is what I think it was. So I want to find the schematic for this MCR1 CPU board. I've got one for the Tron board, but I don't have one for this. The MCR2 I have, the MCR1 I do not. So I need to look one up. I need to find it, and I need to print it off. And print it off nice so that I can have it right in front of me, and we'll look at it. We'll go over it. We'll find the address buffering, the data buffering, the address decoding, and all of that, and start going section by section on this board. Is we've got a lot of variables eliminated. We've got RAM eliminated. We know it's good. This guy, I don't know if this is any good. This timer IC that works in conjunction with this Z80. I don't know if that's any good, but I'm taking for granted that it is good because I've only seen one bad once. I guess I could swap it. Yeah. Let's do that. I'll swap this thing really quick. And see if it makes a bit of difference. It is a Z80 something or other. I don't even know where it's at. Here they are. There we go. See, I knew I had them. So we'll take this guy, pop it in here. See if we get any. See if anything different happens. Auto test is good. Let's just run this thing and see if it does anything different. It's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's doing the same exact thing. So that doesn't make no difference. Okay. Okay. So let me replace this with the other one. Put mine back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the little LED's doing its flashy. Okay. So we're gonna put an end to this one. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get a schematic printed off, and what is it? 4 o'clock. I might jump back on later. I don't know. Who knows? But suddenly, I don't know if I can read the ROMs correctly because I don't have this ROM set. I don't know the signatures of this ROM set. So that's another thing I have to do. Is this ROM set is in MAME, so I'm going to use the signature calculator tool for Fluke, and I'm going to do all of those signatures, get all the signatures. I do have the virtual machine here that I have the ranges. I know the address ranges, so I just need the signatures, and that way I can go through and pinpoint and make sure it is working. So I don't know. I don't have the signatures for these. So we have no access to RAM. We have flaky access to the NVRAM. We have what looks like another RAM constantly being enabled. And yeah, so we'll get it. We'll fix it. I mean, it's a nice clean board set. It'll get fixed. It's just we got to go one step at a time, one thing at a time, and we'll get it. All right, guys. I'm going to take care of that stuff, and we will see you later. Okay. Thanks a lot for joining and hanging out.